Natty. Is the speakers off? Wait a second. Natty, just hold on. One, two, one, two, one, two. Natty. 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 Switch on your microphone. Natty, speak. Check the audio there is speaking. On your side, audio that is coming via the HDMI. Natty. 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 I want to play something.
Right?
Okay.
What is that?
Cool thing for tomorrow. Yeah, it was busy.
Ryan. Ryan. You hear me?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Freedom is coming tomorrow. Get ready, mama, prepare for your freedom. Freedom is coming tomorrow. Get ready, mama, prepare for your freedom. Freedom is coming tomorrow. Yahoo! We will listen to mama. Yahoo!
And other diets never worked for me, but I couldn't figure out why until I went from 184 to 123. I was doing everything right. I just needed a little tweak.
we're charging heaven. Give us this day our daily bread.
Thy will be done as it is done in heaven. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. For thine is thy kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. For thine is thy kingdom, the power and the glory.
Woo! Our Father must be happy wherever he is. You kids are just beautiful. Jesus, just come down and listen to these voices. Did you hear that? Shit!
Amen.
Wathinda thina wathinda bangasokufa safa saphenduka saphenduka nje bovu
Wathinda
wemodo mode modo modo bo wemodo mode modo mode modo wemodo mode gonyane ganda awe 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 Awe
Moment. There are other guests that are still coming because of the distance between the main transport hub, which is East London. They've been delayed on the road, so they'll be here next 10 to 15 minutes. So I urge you to please be patient with us. We'll be starting very soon. Thank you very much. I think it's a perfect opportunity for people to also network now. Thank you very much.
Hi, Amanda. Hello. Amanda.
Two. Two, 1, 2, 1. One, two. One, two.
One.
1 2 1 2 2 1 2 1 2.
1, 2.
Is it fine now? Okay, thank you. Sizawuqala ke ngoku in no time. We just have to welcome Umama Ubaleka Mbete into the room. Proceed now. Thank you very much for imbeko the patience nokwazi ulinda for a couple of minutes. I think on behalf of the Nelson Mandela Museum, we have to apologize because I don't think that was the intention. We really appreciate the patience and the fact that we are going to start now ultimately. Thank you very much. Igama lami nguMandisi Mali, and I'm from the Mzansi Development Agency, and I'm here as a program director. Ndifuna uzama ke bandikhawulezise le program, otherwise awuphuma sekumnyama because I think we have lost an hour already. However, we have to start. We are going to start. I'm not sure if everybody has got a program on their tables. I just want to make a few changes. Tabelo? Did you distribute? Okay. So on the program, we are supposed to be here starting now for I just want to add an opening devotion into the program as the first item for the day. The opening devotion is going to be done by the host municipality and also the pastor in the municipality and also a manager, senior manager in the municipality. And I'm assuming that given an opportunity, the municipal manager would have taken this one. He delegated it to Pastor Anabe. Take us through that opening devotion. Thank you very much.
Hello. Sapolwa Yalango Sisinga de Imfunde So Sezwela Lako Kuze O Sivuse Les Siva inyani so yakho Ndicela sihlaleni phansi. Mandithathe lithuba ke ndibulise abantu abakhulu osodolophu i-politicians ke ezimngqongileyo chairperson we Nelson Mandela Museum ndibona nomama Ubaleka Nkosi mama ndibona nabantu abadala balapha Alice nabo mama phange emva nawo wonke umuntu olapha ngegama lenkosi yethu Yesu Kristu amen. Just before I pray umphathi wami unikhumbuzile into Miss Malinzi the municipal manager of the Raymond Mhlaba Municipality. Ndizayifunda apha ke sesinale technology mos. Yeah. There's a verse in the book of Proverbs chapter 29 verse 18. It where there is no vision, people perish. But he that keepeth the law, happy is he. Silapha namhlanje mos ukuzokuvuyisana nokukhululwa kukatata omkhulu. Tata kwabanye umalume kwabanye utata uRholihlahla Mandela. Manthethe nje into beyi-1 ebesinoyithatha kuye. Akunyanzelekanga okokuba xa une-vision ude wena uyibone iphumelela. Unganayo uyibeke usebenze nabantu but ngelinye ilanga iyawuthini iyakuphumelela. The biggest challenge that we encounter in our lives is that we wake up with no vision. We wake up singenamandla kwenza nto. But ithi iBhayibhile when you have one, people will never perish. In particular, when the nation efana neSouth Africa nayo, we will never perish. We are here today because of the good work of the people ababe visionary. They saw it happening. You just have to see it happening and make sure that abantu ohlala nabo they do see it happening, and it will. Ngalo mazwi ke siyavuyisana ndinikhuthaza. Make sure you wake up and be a visionary leader. Nabanye abantu abaseceleni kwakho bazakwazi ukuphumelela. Amen. Shall we bow our heads? Heavenly Father, we come before you in this afternoon. We want to say thank you for this day. We hear, Heavenly Father, knowing for sure that there are so many people who fought for this country, and one of them, Kutatu Mandela, nabanye ke Nkosi bancedisana ne-leadership eyayikhona ngaphambili. We are proud uba sisaphila Nkosi sibe yinxalenye ye-celebrations. It was not easy for them, but for us, it is easy. The only thing that we need to do, njengabantu abatsha, is to keep the momentum and make sure that the desires babe nazo kudala, they are realized. Sincede Nkosi ube kunye nathi Thixo umanqele ukuthi yonke into esizoyenza sibe Nkosi sichatshazelwe nguye. Heavenly Father, before they fought, they talked to you. We are very sure that lombutho usibangele Nkosi uba masibe lapha, it is solely because they also prayed and believed that you could and you can help them. We pray in the mighty name of Jesus. Can the church say amen?
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanabe. We are moving on to the main program now. I just want to make a quick request that the speakers be requested to come and sit in front. If they are here, the seats are reserved for them here in front. I can see Dr. Fikeni, I can see Dr. Rakwena, I can also see Mamumbet. Dr. Mangu, who is another speaker, is going to be joining us online, I think from the US. So those are the speakers. They will find time to come in front. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item. The next item is supposed to be the opening and welcoming. So we'll be able to do that immediately when the speakers take their seats here today. Probably I must just take this opportunity and be able and explain why we are here today. Dr. Hanabe has explained it quite very well. we are here because in 1990, the president of the country, the former president of the country, Dr. Nelson Mandela, was released from prison. So this is an opportunity to celebrate his freedom. And I think it's happening at a very important or pivotal place in his lifetime because he studied here. And he also learned how to dance in Alice because apparently he was taught how to dance by Professor Z.K. Matthews and Dr. Bokwe, who were very good at that because we had all those occasions in this area, especially Pakwansela Manzi. So this is an occasion that is meant to acknowledge that and celebrate the life of Nelson Mandela and his release from prison, his freedom. We are going to get to the next item. I'm trying to be as quick as possible so that we don't miss much when it comes to the speakers as well. Because kukolando kuthiwa African time, I don't believe it. I think it's a myth that there's something called African time. If you look at what is happening currently, we will find out that most of the time we don't finish the work that we are doing. We tend to run out of time, etc. But I think when we talk about African time, it's not really related to a specific race or people originating from Africa, because I remember very well that when we were students, we were busy with the toy, itebuli sicho, afike amapolice ati nina 5 minutes to disperse. Usathi uyajonga iwatch sekudala i-tear gas nesihlangu nemvubu sesihlele emntwini. So le nto yexesha i-African time ingathi yayikhona nangela xesha ka-PW Botha. Abanye bathi manje kuthiwa it's a 3 months on detention without trial. But umntu after 4 years or after 3 years. So I think there was basically no respect for time during that time as well. So it's probably an issue related to the environment that is going. So apologies profusely for starting late. We should be able to make sure that this important occasion realizes its objective. Ndizawucela ke umama uNamhla Sango azilungiselele before we move on. Before I move forward, I'd like to acknowledge a few visitors who are not part of the list of speakers that we're supposed to be working with today. One of those is, let me start with the Nelson Mandela Museum board members. The board members are saying Nelson Mandela Museum. When you are acknowledged. We have got the chairperson, Dr. Siphe Pothelwa. And then we have got deputy chairperson, Miss Ndileka Mandela. Shine. And then we have got board members that are here gracing this occasion, Miss Faith Mkita Ngandi. Thank you. And then Sibeno Mamutandi Wenkosi, who's also here. Thank you very much, Mama. And then Sibeno Mr. Tata Holy Sasa Vuzani. And then I'm going to move to other dignitaries that are here today. And I think they are also here together with the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Museum, Dr. Boy, together with his staff. They are all here. We are proud of Dr. Boy because he's also coming from this area. Chairperson, we also have got other members or important visitors. Let me start with Raymond Mhlaba Local Municipality. We have got Councillor Nomhle Sango. Enkosi Mama Nomhle. And then Spain executive members who are the senior management of the municipality, led by the municipal manager. Hello. Umama Umalinzi. So that we know that we are here because she also became part of the organization of this occasion. Thank you very much. And then we have got councillors of the Raymond Mhlaba Local Municipality that are here. I think they are also in that corner. They can just raise their hands. We acknowledge their presence. Thank you very much. And then we also have former mayors of this area. Remember that this area falls under Amatole District Municipality. We have got the former ATM Executive Mayor, Umama Ungawe. And then former Raymond Mhlaba Local Municipality Mayor, Umabao Ubandile Ketelo. And she is also a mayoral committee member of the Amatole District Municipality. Thank you. We have got the former mayor of Ngcuba Municipality. If you remember that originally there was Nkonkobe Ngcuba, and then they were amalgamated to form Raymond Mhlaba. We have got the former mayor of Ngcuba, Mr. Smart Mane. Okay, thank you very much. And then we have got former MEC of Dizrak, Umama Ubulelwa Thunyiswa. And then we've got ANC veterans that are also here gracing the occasion. Abanye were not able to come, all of them, but they are here in this gathering today. And then Sibene families of former Robben Islanders. Some of them were there together with the Umatiba. They are here today. I think they are seated in that corner. The different families that were, that had family members, that had parents, that had grandfathers that were part of Robben Island. They were incarcerated there. As a families, Fana no Tingan family, Stofile family, Snaro no Quinta family, Nangu Mamutingan. Engosika Kulu mam. Sipinda kona sibeni mali family, ngenda bathi che kwelatana. Abanye ke, I'm not sure bazawutsho uba bakhona, then I can just acknowledge them when the time comes. And then we also have got the ambassador from Uganda, Ambassador Kinto Nyago. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. We born again Matiba was an international icon, not just a local icon for us in South Africa. The different countries, especially in Africa and throughout the world, they respect his legacy. And then we also have got the High Commissioner of Mozambique, Mr. Isaac, High Commissioner Isaac Matola. And Mazge Nobuzazivana Isingesi, but I think he's here together with his chief of staff. They'll be able to assist each other, you know. Unfortunately, the High Commissioner, we have this language called isiXhosa in this area. So sometimes we communicate in isiXhosa because there is part of the 11 languages that we have. But we are going to try by all means to accommodate your and show appreciation for the work that you are doing. So I'll move to the next. If kukona omi umdengam acknowledge anga, I'd be very happy the then you mentioned that. Let's move to the next item, which is opening and welcoming. Uzakwenziwa ke ngu-Mayor wase Raymond Mhlaba Local Municipality. Ezandleni.
Thank you, Program Director. Yabona le nto yoba mamnxa yoba ube ngumeya ine-benefits. Tata uKhethelo ine-benefits loba into yoba ube ngumeya imane kuthiwa wayengumeya. So nakum uzawuthiwa wayengumeya ngelinye ixesha. Okay, Program Director, Mr. Mali. Mama Baleka Mbete, our former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. Our former National Chairperson of the ANC. And the Chairperson of the National Reparation Heritage. Councillor Khethelo, who is representing the mayor of Amatole District Municipality, the ADM councillors, if they are here, the members of the Executive Committee of Raymond Mhlaba, all councillors here, the Nelson Mandela Chairperson, Dr. Potelwa, Nelson Mandela Museum Council members, zonke, siyambona pha utata uRholihlahla, siyambona pha uSisindileka, bonke nabanye, our panelists, Dr. Rakwena, Professor Mangu, uba ukhona absefikile, I don't know. Professor Somadoda Fikeni, our veterans of our liberation struggle, Ndianibona apho kulokona. Our municipal manager, Miss Unati Malinzi, and all your directors, the CEO of Nelson Mandela Museum, Dr. Vuyani Boy, the leaders from our fraternal organizations. I can see that in Ndiabona there are leaders from my union, SATU. Our colleagues from various sectors, our local organizing committee, ndihlele cango ambassador Khinu nakuyoze lapha noba kangalala. Ndakubona sihlobo sami, my friend. On behalf of the Raymond Mhlaba Municipality, it gives me pleasure to warmly welcome you. And I believe that it's equally important that we share with you that the month of February is a significant month in our political calendar, primarily because our liberation icon, Utata Raymond Mhlaba, was born on the 12th of February, 1920, and also departed on the 20th of February, 2005, at the age of 85. And we named our municipality in his honor, given the unmatched contribution he made in creating a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society. It's deliberate that xa sinamkela apha siqale sinikhumbuze ngesisele senyathi salapha ekhaya uNdobe. Awukwazi kaloku uthetha ngoMadiba outside the collective of the Rivonia trialists who were pioneers of our revolution. Therefore, its significance kokuqala ke ngoNdobe kukuzama ubonisa uba idabi lethu apha eMzantsi Afrika was never about an individual glory, but rather a collective duty, which was meant to benefit the majority of the population. So the Nelson Mandela Museum engaged us in order to partner with them in celebrating the 34 years of Nelson Mandela's release from prison, of which we were extremely excited about that. And our excitement was largely informed by the content outlook of the program as it aims at celebrating the unmatched legacy of the father of the nation. And we must confirm our deep appreciation on the strides made by Tata Mandela and also by the Nelson Mandela Museum in ensuring that our area is also afforded an opportunity to practically celebrate the uncompromised legacy that Madiba left us. Enye yezinto ke ezisivuyisayo kukuba utata uMadiba unyathele kakhulu kulo mhlaba wethu wase Raymond Mhlaba. Basonge siyazi ba wayefunda esinaleni enxukhwebe pha eHilltown nalapha kwano college eFort Hare. Soloko ke siyigxininisa into yokuba le ndawo yethu yiyo kuphela kwilizwe loMzantsi Afrika apho kukhona 3 distinct educational institutions that changed the course of history. Sithetha ke ngeHilltown, sithethe ngeLovedale, sithethe ngono college, the University of Fort Hare. Zontathu ke as institutions produced 2 democratic presidents of South Africa. Kuba Hilltown ne Fort Hare produced uMadiba, Nelson Mandela, and also Lovedale produced uThabo Mbeki. Kwakhona, it can only be this area that has 9 frontier wars that took almost a period of 100 years, wherein amaqhawe ethu fought against the colonial conquest. We are deliberately reflecting about our painful past because Utata Nelson Mandela was largely influenced by the militancy of ikumkani neenkosi zamaXhosa that fought against colonialism. Abantu abafana nonkosi uJongumsobomvu Maqoma ngamaqhawe ethu who fought against the most advanced military troops, kodwa zange babuye emva, bafela empini. Hence, Madiba were influenced by his guerrilla tactics. Ilento kubalulekileyo ukuba xa sidibene sisoloko sikhumbuzana ukuba idabi lokulwa nengcinezelo ngaphansi korhulumente wegcizwana was not started by the ANC. Ziinkosi zelizwe lakowethu ezaqala idabi lokulwela ukuthathwa komhlaba wethu. The ANC mainly perfected the art of organizing, mobilizing, and united the African majority against the white minority rule. Hence, as Raymond Mhlaba Municipality, we take pride in the restoration of our heritage and history. We are mostly hopeful that
come because Nelson Mandela is also their icon, is also their alma mater from the university. I think they are here, the Fort Hare students. Enkosi kakhulu. I also would like to acknowledge the South African Democratic Teachers Union, which is ikhona ke Samo pha besodolophu beselencedisile pha. Siphinda kwakhona sibe nePhumalanga Old Age Center. Sithi kusemaxhewukazini ke pha. Kodwa ke they've done a lot, especially Mrs. Ngomane, because she's the founder of that old age home. Uyawagcina ke busy amaxhewukazi ne-game bayadlala baphinde benze ne-networking sessions, ininzi into eyenzekayo pha. And it's something that is appreciated by almost all the villages around Alice, not just about the town of Alice. So I would like to thank you very much for gracing this occasion. And then we come to the ground rules. I think for today, in order for us to move quickly, it's very important that we make sure that our phones are off or they are on silent. That is very critical. And then for the speakers that are going to be coming on board, I'm going to try to be very generous with the time, because we don't get opportunities like this in this area to be addressed by abantu who have so much experience, have achieved so much. For example, if I can just mention Umamubaleka Mbete, the former deputy president of the country. Those are important people all over the country. So we're very lucky to have her on board. Thank you very much. No tata ko somadoda fikeni no ntate Rakwena no bawo. When it's time for for him to speak, we are going to do that online connection. La ndoda iphangemva ke uzawukwazi uyenza la connection from Lindawo akuyo uba umanci. I'm just going to go through quickly to the next speaker, but before I go there, I just want to give you a short summary of who Ndate Mbulelo Rakwena is, Ambassador Mbulelo Rakwena. Because the next speaker is going to be Dr. Sipho Potela. Sorry for that. Yeah, sorry, apologies. So our next speaker is going to be Dr. Sipho Potela, the chairperson of the Nelson Mandela Council.
It's difficult to speak when your principal or your mentor is present. I was happy since Ndindi when Prof. Somadoda was lost somewhere. So that the in his absence. SEA Mkai kumbongo wake uti. Kumlambokazi odume kunene ebalini lamaXhosa. Kulapho zikhona izigqubo, kulapho zikhona imikhondo, kulapho zikhona iziganeko, igazi lisahleli nanamhla. Kumlambo amanzi amnandi, kumlambo amanzi amandla. Indonga zizele kuncuma, umhlaba uqumbile. The subject of this poem addressed the 34th anniversary jail release of first black state president, Dr. Nelson Mandela. Program director, former president of the country, umakhulu, khona lokho mina kuthiwa mama. Sithi mama nathi sithatha la advantage. Umakhulu umbethe. Distinguished guests, protocol is observed. Molweni. Good afternoon. CEO siyabulisa si council nesigqeba. Kumziwa kwa Dr. Nelson Mandela. When faced with diversity, South Africa have demonstrated an amazing ability to come together and support one another. For instance, during the World Cup rugby, during the cricket, recently during the Bafana Bafana. In the ending, the knowledge that collaborate is more advantageous to the society than the conflict, racism, and the solidarity of our rights that were denied during the apartheid will defeat the crime, unemployment, and inequality. Today, we should all ask ourselves what Dr. Nelson Mandela once asked in 1998 at Bottonville. I quote, "What have I done to improve the surrounding in which I live? Do I litter? Do I protect my surroundings? Do I spread racial hatred, or do I promote peace and reconciliation? Do I buy stolen goods? Do I help to reduce crime? Do I pay my dues? Do I cheat on my taxes, services and fees and license? Do I expect everything to be delivered to me? Or do I work with my local councillors to create a better life for myself and my community?" Close quote. What we should ask ourselves is a fundamental concern for me and you, for our community without political influence, interference, connection, alignment with forces. Let us remind you once again about the painful message from Tata. I quote, "I have to separate myself from my dear wife and children, from my mother, sisters, to live as an outlaw in my own land. I have had to close my business, to abandon my profession, to live in poverty and misery. As many of my people are dying and doing, I shall fight the government side by side with you, inch by inch, mile by mile, until the victory is won. What are you going to do?" Close quote. Program Director, we have constitution that protect us, give us rights. However, we are not doing unemployment, crime, racism, patriarchy, and inequality. As we seek appropriate ways to remember Dr. Nelson Mandela in his release month of February, not forgetting his strong message about injustice, atrocity, killing of women and children in Palestine. Dr. Martin Luther King once said, I quote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to the justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly," close quote. We want you today to think about how we honor Dr. Nelson Mandela, not to propose that we as a country do away with these kinds of events and festivals. Instead, we pose this query as a challenge to find the most significant meaning of paying tribute to his memory. As we honor President Mandela, we propose that we remember the memory is more than just meditative endeavor. It's active, crucial engagement. Let us go past the awards and the more comfortable time and be motivated by his question. I quote, I repeat this question. So that is a package of you and me to live with. Do I expect everything to be delivered to me? Do I work with my local councillors to create a better life for myself and my community? Close quote. Let's examine the more fundamental and in-depth meanings in his life and mystery, as well as how to create to the present and the future of South Africa and the communities. I thank you.
Yeah, ngizawubona bhetere ke ngoku. Apologies for that. Thank you very much, Dr. Potelwa. We are going to move to the next item. And the next item is the day when Nelson Mandela walked into the dream of New South Africa. And it will be delivered by Ambassador Mbulelo Rakwena. Ambassador Rakwena was appointed by former President of South Africa's first Black High Commissioner to Mauritius in 1998. He was subsequently appointed ambassador to the Federal Republic of Brazil. Ambassador Rakwena drew the Articles of Association for the founding of the India, Brazil, South Africa, which later progressed to BRICS. In 1995 to 1996, he served as a trustee of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. Ambassador Rakwena was the director in charge of South Africa's National SADC Contact Point. Ambassador Rakwena was promoted to the position of Chief Director responsible for Latin America and the Caribbean. In 2011-2012, his consultancy was selected by the South African government to be in charge of the AU Summit on the African diaspora. Ambassador Rakwena has lectured extensively, both internationally and in Latin America, on aspects of international dialogue, relations such as human rights, world trade law, African diaspora dialogue, peace and security, and constitutionalism. He joined African Access Holding as an executive director for international affairs. He also served in various other boards. He later founded a company called Tea of Time, which concentrated on mining, energy, and property development. On completion of high school in 1979, he enrolled for priesthood. He also undertook numerous short-term courses in various academic institutions, such as Manitoba University, Wits University, including UNISA, and where he is still pursuing LLB degree with that university. So Ambassador Rakwena hosted a television program also with the SABC under the theme African Diaspora. He is a founding member of Rakwena and Associados, am I correct? Associados, which is, I think it's Portuguese. Thank you very much. So he has also been a keen inspirational speaker and motivator. Sizamva ke uzawugadlela ke u-ambassador uRakwena a wealth of experience and nayo. So we are hoping that even the youth that is around here will gain a lot from people that have been involved in structuring and shaping the current institutions that we have, and also the current policy frameworks, etc., that we have in the country. So, Ambassador Rakwena, this is your opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Chairperson. That was a very generous introduction. I hope you had made it less, because then it raises serious expectations. Like Dr. Potelo, I had hoped that I would not have to be speaking in front of my boss, the former deputy president of the country, the former chair and speaker of our parliament, and the current chairperson of National Liberation Heritage Institute of South Africa, NALISA. And I think I had to say it in full because I'd like you to be familiar with it, as I think its historic mission is still unfolding. I want to join the recognition that was made with regards to everybody. I acknowledge indeed, and please pardon me, I do not have the roll call for all the dignitaries that require acknowledgement, except, of course, it would be remiss of me not to say, Your Worship, we feel welcomed with your allowing us to be at your place, together with other worships that are here, past and present. Of course, we've got your Excellency, the Ambassador of Uganda, and a fellow Pan-Africanist, Senhores Delegação da Moçambique, seja bem-vindo. It's a pleasure to have you here. De nada. So, as well as indeed everybody else, but I particularly also wish to recognize the students who are here. It means that the legacy of what Utatu Mandela started will continue ad infinitum, as it should, because our road has not yet come to its own conclusion. Chairperson, when I was asked to speak, there were two fundamental reasons I thought it would be prudent to accept this. The first was that I would be nearer a very famous university that I had never had an opportunity to be around. I thought all the most important people, Robert Mugabe, President Robert Mugabe, President Mandela, and so forth and so luminaries of our struggle have had the opportunity to be in this region. And it's only an honor, therefore, when you are asked to be part of a celebration of the life that matters in that area, a geographic area, and I thought I would go. But I also thought I would go because I'm hard at coordination. I can't dance, yeah? And I heard that President Mandela had a similar problem, and his problem was solved here. So I'm hoping that by the time I go back, me too, my problem would have been solved. I asked myself, the day when Mandela walked into a dream of New South Africa, what does this mean? What does this topic mean? Is it a figurative or realistic appraisal of the day in question? I asked myself as to whether that was the intention. My own sense tells me that, before I proceed, I needed to make something very clear. There's been some people who have called me Dr. Rakwena or Professor Rakwena. Now I intend to stay away from the Faustian pact of elevating myself unduly until such time that I correctly. So please, the only title I have is Ambassador Rakwena, and we can stay with that. Otherwise, Mr. Rakwena is fine too. I just thought I shouldn't forget that very important point, lest tomorrow I am accused of having appropriated this nice sounding title. It really does sound nice. I've been called that quite a bit. Yeah? But Chairperson, therefore, is this a figurative or is this a realistic appraisal of the day in question when Mandela walked into a dream of New South Africa? I hold that perhaps we should start by making an understanding clear amongst ourselves as to whether was there a dream and what was that dream that he was to walk into. I maintain that, and perhaps a corollary of that would also be to inquire as to whose dream was it and what was his relationship to that dream. I maintain that the dream precedes Ubabu Mandela, because that dream is a dream of millions and millions of South Africans. You could actually take it above just South Africans when you consider that the nature of our struggle and character thereof was an international struggle. So the dream that he walked into is not a dream about his release from prison per se. But the Nelson Mandela that I propose that we speak about, so that we can be able to assess the impact or his impact on that particular dream properly, is a Nelson Mandela for me, who is not necessarily Nelson Mandela the person. Yes, will appropriate certain unique characteristics that he had to define. But what is more important, it seems to me that the Nelson Mandela we are talking about was a symbolic representation of our collective struggle and revolution. He represented, if you think about this question, therefore, as to whether and in what way he would have impacted on that particular dream, but assess him as a symbol of our revolution, a symbol that cuts across political organizations, a symbol that cuts across ideological idiosyncrasies that are attached to certain purview of beliefs that one person or group of persons may have in regard to one particular set of material circumstances. He was more representative, in my view, of a united force that needed to carry a dream through, a dream that was predicated on the aspirations of our people, common people who rejected the yoke of apartheid, common people who knew what it is to suffer colonial occupation, and therefore he needed to create an impact on that. So I propose, Chairperson, that in this regard we should look at Mandela from perhaps 6 areas of assessment. One, activism. Activism. Now, Mandela elected where he could have chosen otherwise, to become an activist for a dream, to persecute a dream and sacrifice his own personal satisfaction in terms of his own lifestyle. You must remember Utatu Mandela. Please, every time I say Mandela, read that to mean Utatu Mandela, because my culture does not allow me to call him Mandela. Yeah. But for purposes of, please do understand, he sacrificed for ensuring, through his activism, an indication that it would be important to put aside everything, to put himself aside, to put others as a collective in the forefront of the necessity to ensure that we find and chase this dream collectively. And this was extremely important because this dream also had to entail sacrifice. It meant being able to know that it is not you first, but it is others, and your sense of leadership is the one of service, not the one of self. Doctor, do you want to give me the word? Not the one of self-praise, aggrandizement, and all of that. Yeah? He understood that very well, and he took that into the dream that we are celebrating today. The third property that I wish to look at is the one of determination. Now, many of us don't tend to do things like we want to finish them. Mandela had this uncanny sense of determination, where if he saw an idea that he thought was right, he will pursue it at whatever cost. The cost did not deter him. The opposition did not deter him, because he understood very early on that when dreams are to be populated and make sense of the world and a new world, they are not pedestaled on the popularity of oneself. So he was prepared to understand that he is not on a popularity contest, but that he is dealing with the reality of having to make sure that the dreams that many of the South Africans that they have would have to be shouldered whatever the difficulties. The fourth aspect that I propose we should assess this discussion is the one of stewardship. Utatu Mandela was never a one to be selfish and lead on the basis of personal glorification. But he saw the need and understood that it would be important that he carries as many people to the altar of leadership as possible, that he is able to open avenues of making sure that he is, when he was asked as to, but what kind of a person are you? You have been tortured and sent to prison for 27 years. Yet you come back and you have the ability to forgive. And in his response, if I recall very well, Uma Mubaleka will recall this better than I do, but in his response, he then points out to the fact that that which inspired. I thought Dan Marohan was my friend. I didn't think he would sabotage me. Should I raise the volume rather? Will it come back? Okay. Hello? Yeah. Seems like it's back. So, for me, it means he understood the task that this revolution, this challenge of struggle, the requirement to produce justice, will not order that is to be carried by one particular person. He worked with everybody. I was about to say that when he was asked, why is it he even worked with those that he may not have particularly like, which most of us have a difficulty about. We prefer to work with like-minded people because it's good, let's admit it, it's good to be liked. But it seemed that at some stage for Mandela, Utatu Mandela, being liked was secondary and inconsequential. And for this reason, when asked, why is it that you are willing to work with those that have tortured and brought hardship in your life? In his response, he says, well, the basis of our struggle was not populated, nor was it directed by hatred or a desire for one man to oppress the other. If we take lessons, and I'm paraphrasing, if we take lessons for those of human beings who oppress us and are defined by them, who would have been defeated in purpose. In other words, if we were to return the hatred, if we were to do as much as they do, then it would not serve the essence of struggle. The essence of struggle would have been lost on us. We would have been doing it purely to replace one by the other. But we needed to do this because we believe in justice, we believe in the equality of humanity as a whole. And therefore it was not difficult, he says, for me to be able to. The fifth measure that, with the time that I have limited, that I thought we should focus the life and walk into this freedom. Utatu Mandela believed in true leadership. He believed in building a caring society. He believed in making sure that all of us enjoy the fruits of freedom. And I mean all of us. So that there be no confusion. I, for a long time, have been associated with AZAPO. And I say this in order to demonstrate that Ubabu Mandela did not see this as the struggle of the ANC. He understood all too well that it is a struggle for all South Africans. Hence, one day, as I was toiling at Liberty Life, I used to be a salesperson at Liberty Life, get a call, and on the other side of the line, this person says, "May I speak to Mr. Rakwena?" And I say, "And who's this?" He says, "This is Nelson." And of course, at that time there was a lot of impersonation of President Mandela. And I say to him, "Listen, I'm hard at work here. You may have nothing to do, but I have work to do. So can we stop this? Please tell me, what is it that you want? Do you want a policy? Maybe I can sell you a life policy." He says, "No, I am very sorry, Mr. Rakwena, but I really, really need to speak to you." And it cut the long story short. It turns out that it's him on the phone. And he says, "I am trying to conclude negotiations with President Kabila." Remember Kabila Senior? He was mediating in that environment and says, "But I've had a moment to reflect on something that is also important." And I say, by that time, of course, I was standing on my feet, totally in attention, having been persuaded that it's him. So he says, "I would want to set up the Nelson Mandela." Is that we should be able to work on creating inclusive as opposed to extractive policies and institutions in society, so as to guarantee growth and prosperity. And this terminology of inclusive and extractive policies, I steal from two authors who are called Daron Asimeglu and James Robinson. They reflect on it, and in their reflection, they define why nations fail. If you get a book called Why Nations Fail, it will be worth reading. You will not necessarily agree with everything, but some aspects are worth listening to. And they say, which I think Utatu Mandela would have said, political and economic institutions, which are ultimately the choice of society, can be inclusive and encourage economic growth, or they can be extractive and become impediments to economic growth. Nations fail when they have extractive economic institutions, supported by extractive political institutions that impede and even block economic growth. And I think this is true because exclusive policies and exclusive political environments tend to serve for the benefit of a few, which is what Ubabu Nelson Mandela would have opposed strenuously. I've asked myself why we should memorialize Utatu Mandela, for obvious reasons, but amongst others, I think it would be important to reinstill the values that he stood for: integrity, respect, honor amongst one another, and being able to uphold the dignity of all. He would have insisted on those particular values. They are not very difficult. I think it is important to memorialize him so that we can be able to renew our societal contract with society in relation to the aspirations that society has expressed that promoted the room that you call a dream that he entered into. Because sometimes we act as though we serve ourselves and we forget that actually we are where we are because of the aspirations that propelled us to where we are. And that becomes important to be able to understand. This will give us an opportunity to promote social cohesion if we memorialize Ubabu Mandela. It will give us an opportunity to strive for higher goals in promotion of human rights, not only in South Africa, but throughout the world. Ted Koppel, those of you, some of you may be too young to remember Ted Koppel. Ted Koppel used to be an anchor of BBC. Was it BBC? Yeah, I think it was. Huh? Is it ABC? He thinks he's got President Mandela cornered. And he says he used to be Tankahara's type of fellow. Yeah, what you would call Chacharach. He thought he knew it all. He's having an interview with President Mandela, and he says, you know, we admire you. We think you're a great person. But one of the things we don't understand is your association with bad people of the world, such as Fidel Castro, I think Chavez, Yasser Arafat, and so forth. And then, of course, President Mandela, I think, did a backclap that has not been done by many. Yeah? And he simply turns around and says, Ted Koppel, when I and the rest of us were struggling, you were not there. You, as Western governments, refused to even institute cultural boycott or economic boycott. The people that carried us are those that you say I should distance myself from. And of course I can't do that because I will not give you, this is where the backclap comes in, I will not give you the opportunity to define who our friends should be when we're on a crest of honeymoon. When the hard times were there, you were not there. And I thought, somewhat, that message has continued to propel South Africa's foreign policy. And you can see it reflected by the ICJ case that was taken, because it cannot be that we find it plausible to sit and watch when 23,000 people are murdered. Is it now 27,000 people by Israel, as though it does not matter? It matters to us. And this morning, just walking, you know, these days I'm addicted to this social media thing. So I saw some creative thing. I don't know, some of you might have seen it. Yesterday, I'm told, was Valentine's Day. Someone has creatively removed the V and replaced it with a P, and removed the N and replaced it with the L, which makes it, guess what? Valentine Day, yeah? Which forces us indeed what is happening and how we can contribute to being part of a world that is just, because we are a product of a world that is just. That is the Mandela who walked into the dream of what we are celebrating. Chairperson, I promised that I was going to end, but I can't end and be without a job. I'll have to say a little bit about Nalisa, wouldn't I? Yeah? You see, I told you, I'm But Chairperson, I think before I come to Nalisa, just very briefly, for me, the most, and please go back and read these speeches. On the 26th of March, 1999, President Mbeki, then Deputy President, I think gave a seminal speech to the farewell of Nelson Mandela. I don't think you read it much. When you read it, your heart will come to your throat, because then you will understand and know that nobody can ever capture the essence of Nelson Mandela's contribution to struggle and walk into this particular dream than that particular speech. I want to quote just two, and in a paraphrase manner, 2 paragraphs. He says, "You had to convince your enemies that your glittering banished spear glittered in the rays of the sun, not to speak of hatred and death for them, but you prayed that its blinding brilliance would tell them who would not believe that you love them as kin and kith." He then further goes on to say, which is, I think it's more fundamental and representative of what we could say. He says, "You have had to bear the mantle of sainthood when all you sought was pride in the knowledge that you were a good foot soldier for justice and peace. And for that, we are blessed as South Africans." That, for me, captures the essence of the person we are celebrating today. It is for this reason that Nalisa has found it necessary to enter into contracts with various academic institutions so that we could be able to have joint programs that would be able to memorialize our own struggle, have the ability to, somebody's mentioned about the colonial conquest wars, that we should be able to reflect on that. We would like to have the possibility to be able to get into the depth of that, to say, what did it mean? What did it mean? What was the impact, and where has it left us today? We have developed about 6 properties that we will be taking to various institutions and universities. Dr. Fikeni, don't feel left out. We're coming to you. We have signed with Nelson Mandela Museum. We have signed with the UJ. We have signed with Azika. We have signed with Aziko, sorry, not Azika, Aziko. Iziko. Huh? We have signed with several others, but we are also in the consultative process to making sure that we take everyone with, so that we can curate our historical history as a people, so that nations, children that follow on us would have a mirror that they could look at and know what not to do in terms of the injury of the past. That's what Nalisa seeks to do. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I took too much of your time.
Thank you, Ambassador Rakwena. It's really appreciated. Our next speaker is supposed to be Dr. Xolela Mancu. I just want to check there at the back if everything is okay, because Professor Mancu is going to be speaking from the United States. Oh, he's there already. Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to give a brief background on who Professor Mancu is. Professor Ndiana Busasazi is na. Yeah, I think we still have a problem with the sound. the connection there. Just make sure.
Yeah,
Asikuvanga
that's right.
asikakuva, Prof.
Andiva. Yandiva.
Prof Yandiva. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. But I can hear you.
Unfortunately. Can you check if you are not muted there, Prof?
I am not on mute.
I think there's voice coming out. I think you just need to do
Don't know
with
why
the
you
volume
can't hear
there.
me. My mic is on.
Sezinye disadvantages ke zoba rural areas. We have to be
Can you hear
honest
me?
about that, you know. You still can't hear, Prof. Can I just check with you there? What seems to be the problem? Kuthiwa ibuthetha Prof isiXhosa ungasiyeki. I think in the meantime, let me take the opportunity to just give a brief background on who Prof. Manu is. Maybe I can also take this opportunity and also say I once took a lot of notes from him because he used to be a friend of the John Moffat School of Architecture and Planning, and I was also a student at the time, at the turn of the century. And these are people, Abafana no Prof. Manu, who were part of that project of turning a document that was developed, I think, in the University of the Western Cape called Ready to Govern, and they turned into what we now have, we call the IDP and the white paper on local government. So he was also involved in that. Let me just give you a background on Prof. Manu. Prof, if I can just have your attention. Sorry. Kolela Mangu is Professor of Sociology and History at George Washington University. He was previously Professor of Sociology at the University of Cape Town. From 2012 to 2017, he has held fellowships at Harvard University, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which is usually referred to as MIT, the Brookings Institution, the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, the Rockefeller Foundation, and the Institute of Commonwealth Studies at the University of London. He was also the recipient of the 2015 Harry Oppenheimer Fellowship, Africa's biggest academic fellowship. In 2017, he was admitted as a fellow at the Institute of Advanced Study in Princeton, but unfortunately had to decline the offer. Prof obtained his PhD in City and Regional Planning from Cornell University in 1997. He has authored and edited 9 books, including Biko, A Life, which won the University of Cape Town's Meritorious Award, The Meaning of Mandela, essays by Henry Louis Gates Jr. and Cornel West and Wole Soyinka. Becoming Wealthy Ancestors is another book, the third one, essays by Benedict Anderson, Kwame Appiah, and Martin Bernal. He has just completed the first African authored biography of Nelson Mandela and is on his way to completing one of Archbishop Desmond Tutu. So he's also working on another Icons book, which is Desmond Tutu. He's also working on a book project on Harold Washington, the first African-American mayor of Chicago. His scholarly articles have been published in international journals such as the Journal of Southern African Studies, African Affairs, Journal of American Sociology, Interventions, the Journal of Post-Colonial Studies, Critical Philosophy of Race Transition. So that's Prof. Manu, who's going to be delivering his input. And the title of the input is Ingatieza, but I think we need to hear that one, the one who's speaking on the screen, not myself over there. The remix.
Hello, everybody. I don't know if,
thank you, God. The spirit of Mandela has intervened.
There seems to be a network connection. But I'll proceed as if you can hear me.
Prof, we can hear you.
Because howling in the wind.
We can hear you.
I'm delighted to be part of this event. For in many ways, it gives me an opportunity to share some of the work I have been doing over the years, over the past 10 or so years, doing some research on Madiba. And I'd like you to suspend what you know about me for a little while and pretend that I'm some scholar from outside South Africa and looking at Nelson Mandela and trying to figure out who this person is that the world loves so much. I'm saying this because I think we often tend to. We love our Madiba, but we often tend to look at him only from the South African perspective. And what I've come to realize that there's been a lot of work, probably more work outside South Africa than inside on the intellectual dimensions of Mandela. The word or the phrase I'd like to use in starting this conversation is that of Mandela as a world historical figure. And by this I mean one of those rare individuals in world history, not just South African history, over the past 400 or 500 years. Who have shaped modern society. I want to start with an anecdote, perhaps a couple of anecdotes. In 1998, Mandela became the third person in the 400-year history of Harvard University to be given an honorary doctorate at a special convention. At a special convocation of the university. The first person to receive such an honor was George Washington, the founding president of the United States in 1776. The second person was Winston Churchill in 1942. And the third person was Nelson Mandela. That if anything signals that Madiba is on a league that is extraordinary in terms of just human history, and to be honored in such a way by an institution such as Harvard confirmed to me this idea of Mandela as a world historical figure. And of course, he was the first African to be honored in such a manner. A year before that event, I had traveled to India, and at the invitation of somebody called Banka Roy. Banka Roy is a well-known Indian activist. Banka lives in a part of India called Rajasthan, in a village called Tilonia. When I arrived, he took me around the villages of India. Now, if you haven't seen Indian poverty, you haven't seen poverty. And he took me to a group of men with emaciated skins and really, really poor. I mean, these people were like half naked. And I thought to ask these folks a question, because we had a kind of a translation problem. So I could not really relay what I wanted to relay to them or ask, or, I couldn't engage in a productive conversation with them. So as we were about to leave with Banker, a thought just came across my mind. I stopped to ask them if they had ever heard of Nelson Mandela. And all of their faces just lit up. And that incident, right, happening on the other side, right, of the human spectrum, right, from Harvard, an elite institution, to the poorest of the poor, there was this recognition of Nelson Mandela. Now, at that time, I was a critic of Mandela, both in my newspaper writings, but also because of my ideological differences with him and with his organization, the African National Congress. In fact, Madiba was not as always, as tolerant as he has been made out to be, or as inclusive as he has always been made out to be. And as Cornel West once said, we should not romanticize Mandela. We should not put him on a pedestal, because when we do that, right, we take out his humanity and we turn him into a god or a lifeless being. He had faults, and he had ideas that are not necessarily in agreement with ideas of a whole lot of other people. Madiba had written an article when he was on Robben Island in 1975 called "With the Black Consciousness," in which he lambasted the Black Consciousness movement and even called the movement a CIA creation. I was very upset with that article, and I wrote a response, which appeared in the Sunday Independent. I was a columnist for the Sunday Independent at the time. The article was written in 1975, but it was published in 2001 or so in a book by Meg Maharaj called Reflections in Prison, which was essentially a collection of essays that Madiba and his comrades had written while on the island. To my surprise, I was invited by the Mandela Foundation, by Van Harris, to be specific, to come and elaborate on my critique of Madiba, which I happily did at the Mandela Foundation. So Madiba was quite aware of my disagreement with him. Now, there's a difference between criticizing someone from the cover of or behind the cover of a newspaper and meeting that person, in real life. So I first met this world historical figure at a retirement party for Mamphela Ramphele, who was then stepping down as Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town. And Dr. Ramphele had not told me that, Madiba would be at the gathering. Perhaps if she had told me, I might have found a reason not to go to the dinner. Nonetheless, I rocked up, and during the dinner, she came to my table, pulled me by the elbow, and took me to Madiba. And, after paying me a compliment that I will cherish for the rest of my life, he invited me to his house. And there began a relationship, a more personal relationship with him. But it still bothered me that this idea of Mandela as a world historical figure had not quite captured our imagination as South Africans, particularly as Black South Africans. And I remember having a conversation with my friends at one of our, favorite haunts in Johannesburg. And the conversation was about whether Madiba was an intellectual or not. I was then, of course, a proselytizer for Steve Biko, and I was running the Steve Biko Foundation. And everybody, lauded Biko, rightfully so, as an intellectual par excellence. philosopher to me that we were passing the buck in the way we were approaching this conversation. That in fact, right, we were doing the almost predictable thing of, basically asking Madiba to prove to us that he was an intellectual instead of us doing the work of the meaning of his intellectualism, if any. So I was then at the Human Sciences Research Council, and I kicked off this conversation by organizing a series of lectures called The Meaning of Mandela, which was later published as a book of the same title. I invited the Nobel laureate, Wally Soyinka, together with Henry Louis Gates Jr. from Harvard and Cornel West from Princeton. And we had those lectures. And of course, before then, I had come to know Madiba, and I had invited him to give the Steve Biko Memorial Lecture. And then, of course, now I've been working on a never-ending biography of Mandela. One of the things, in keeping with this interest in Mandela as a world historical figure, I start the book by placing Mandela in the 400-year history of Southern Africa, and of South Africa in particular. And in that history, we find that the Cape of Good Hope, what was called the Cape of Good Hope, essentially became the foundation stone, or one of the foundation stones for what became to be known as modernity, right? It coincides with the Enlightenment and, right, with the linking up of the East and the West, right, began by Vasco da Gama and, in the 17th century. But this knitting up of the world is, of course, happening also at the height of the rise of racism in the world and colonialism. I want to read a quote, if I can find it, by the historian Noel Mostert. It goes something like this. The wars and the moral struggle on the Cape frontier provided the main formative experiences of South Africa. And these experiences were a powerful formative influence as well upon the attitudes to colonialism and race that predominated in the later 19th century as the British Empire approached its zenith. Their impact is far from over. The particular perceptions and consciousness that they created remain central to the political future, as epitomized by Steve Biko and Nelson Mandela. In sum, counterpoised to these forces of colonialism and capitalism, right, are these anti-colonial movements, of course, that ran through the 19th century in South Africa, but that in the 20th century are epitomized and symbolized by people like Nelson Mandela, Steve Biko, Robert Sobukwe, you name them. And so that is the context, that is the world historical context in which I place Mandela as a world historical figure. And to that extent, I compare him actually to some of the people who are lauded around the world as founders of modernity. I mean, you take the United States, with George Washington, viewed as a founder of the United States. And of course, right, George Washington is accompanied in that narrative by, Thomas Jefferson, by Benjamin Franklin, by James Madison, right? Those are kind of the four figures who are forever cited as the founders of the United States as an influential force in the world. But I argue that through that same analytical frame, you could actually compare Mandela to George Washington. You could also actually compare somebody like Oliver Tambo to a combination of Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. You could actually compare somebody like Walter Sisulu to a Benjamin Franklin, right? And these comparisons, of course, are not moral. In fact, if I were to inject the moral dimension, Mandela hovers over and above these individuals. So we must insert him into this global historical narrative. But what have we heard in South Africa instead of this global historical analysis? Well, we've been indulging in what I regard as a kind of imbecile and infantile discussion of Mandela as a sellout. If anything, that shows how far we have to go in educating and conscientizing, quite frankly, the generations that come. But the job is on us as intellectuals to kind of provide this historical framework for understanding Mandela. Now, to be sure, Mandela is not the first leader to be rejected by his own people or to be criticized in such cruel terms by his own people. George Washington himself was criticized for acting like a monarch, you know, and being quite elitist about being the first president of the United States. I mean, you can go into much more recent history. You know, in France, Charles de Gaulle was booted out of office, actually, and was regarded as you know, became very unpopular with the French, despite the role that he had played in bringing about the Fourth Republic, right? Winston Churchill, right, is booted also, is rejected by the British electorate, right? Not long after winning World War II. And of course, right, you have Mikhail Gorbachev, who's really criticized and rejected by the Russian people and yet is celebrated by the entire world. And we are in such a paradoxical situation in South Africa, right, where Madiba is heavily criticized in his own land, but much appreciated outside of South Africa. But that's par for the course. But what is unacceptable, at least in my view, is a comparison of Mandela to Hitler, which is what one of these radicals or so-called radicals did. I mean, if that's what it means to be radical, who needs radicals, quite frankly? Right, but the betrayal of Mandela, right? There's a saying by the philosopher Hegel. It goes something like this: to what have these? Okay, let me read it out. To what final end have these monstrous sacrifices been made? To what final end have these monstrous sacrifices been made? Mandela might have been saying that as well, just like Hegel. He might be asking himself, you know, I've made all these monstrous sacrifices. Not that I was asking for anything in return, but do I really deserve to be called a sellout? I mean, which sellout spends 27 years in prison and rejects all offers, by the way, to be released until the conditions are right, until the other side meets the demands of his people. So it is a height of ignorance and the height of cruelty, quite frankly, to label someone like that in such terms. And so what I want and of course, there's the further cruelty or the further tragedy, quite frankly, of what has happened to the African National Congress, right? There's a concept that I like to use, which is this idea of invisible lineages. And I'm going to conclude on this. It seems to me that for centuries, Black South Africans have had these invisible lineages of thought and of intellectual traditions and political traditions, right? Going back to Theo Soga, right, in the 19th century, to people like Walter Khobusana, John Tengo Jabavu, William Groba, I mean, you name them, right? Cecilia Makiwane, Charlotte Matleke, right, all the way to the likes of DDT Jabavu in the All African Convention, A.B. Kuma, right, Anton Lembede, right. There's a whole tradition, and by the way, biographies of these individuals still wait to be written. But there's a whole invisible tradition of intellectualism that informs the political struggle. And a whole tradition of values, of a value-laden tradition that informs our politics, right? But what we seem to have reached the end of that invisible lineage into a barren world, right? That is a world of money, right? The coin, as Nsigana once, prophesied, right? The coin has become now our God, right? The people who were supposed to extend this invisible lineages, right, to our children and their children, have turned into corrupt dealers, quite frankly. And that's what has become of the African National Congress and its leadership, bringing us basically to the terminal point of these lineages. But then again, ideas, right, have this stubborn tendency to survive even as political movements come and go, right? The ideas that are propounded during the course of a political movement live on long after that movement has died. The classic example here, of course, is the Black consciousness movement. The movement was crippled, quite frankly, by what happened in 1977 when it was banned and Steve Biko was killed. We tried to revive the movement in the 1980s. But for all intents and purposes, right, the movement died. But the ideas of that movement came to inspire movements like #Rhodes Must Fall, right? And Black consciousness is in the air. So as with these values that are part of this invisible lineage, the question we have to ask ourselves is, what are we going to do as South Africans beyond political parties? And if you care to know, political parties have done a good job in integrating political contestation and giving it some form of coherence. But political parties, which by the way are a Western invention, starting only in the United States in the 18th century, right, have also proven to be these oligarchies that are driven and are oiled by patronage and corruption. So we need to think about institutions other than political parties, right? It should not be that our be-all and end-all as South Africans is to join politics or to seek political positions. In fact, I think that our challenge is even nobler than that. We need to build a civil society and an intellectual infrastructure, right, that will become the vehicle for this invisible lineage of ideas, right, that we've inherited from the past. If we are unable to do that, if we are unable to provide that infrastructure outside of political formations, then we might as well kiss it goodbye. We might as well kiss the whole notion, right, of a coherent sense of a South African identity, right, that is informed by the best ideas, the best values, those values actually that became a counterpoint to modernity in its capitalist and colonial terms. And of course, right, nature hates a vacuum. In the absence of that intellectual infrastructure, especially in the Black community, what will happen is that those ideas that we were always counteracting, those ideas will just fill in the space, and we will be back, or at least our children will be back where we were, if not politically, of course, but culturally and intellectually. And it seems to me that is what we owe Nelson Mandela at this point of our historical conjunction. And so I'm saying this as a challenge, if you like, whether we will rise to the occasion of institutionalizing and making sure that these ideas, these veritable ideas, right, suffuse our communities. They go beyond, right, the halls of academia and find themselves in those institutions in our community. We can turn the tide, but the job will not be easygoing. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
I can't hear anything, so I'll assume that
I think we have got a
we're done.
one-way communication. Prof, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Because now we are going to get to a question slot. So I'm worried that if you can't hear, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Can you hear us, Prof? Yes. Via email, no? Okay. Okay. Have you, is it okay? Maybe let me just try for the last time. Let me just try for the last. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Prof? Yes. Yes, Prof. I can see.
But I can't hear.
Okay. Can you
I'm not
please
on.
stay with us, Prof? Can you please stay with us, Prof? Can you have you written to him to check if he's able to hear us? Gentleman at the back. Has he replied?
So the whole talk was.
What we can do is just to make sure that he's kept online there. And then we just prepare our questions because we're just going to go to the questions section on the agenda. So the questions should cover all the speakers, and we don't have a lot of time as well. So people, when you ask questions, if you can be very clear in terms of the question is addressed to which speaker, and try to be as brief as possible. I think we don't want to hear speeches. It would be helpful if people can be able to just get to the point as quickly as possible when they are asking their questions. So we only have got maybe about 20 minutes to ask questions. I need somebody to help me with these mics. The roving mic. Prof, can you hear us? Hear us there? Let's go to questions. To questions. Okay. Start. Prof. Can't hear.
Thank you, Program Director. All protocol observed. Mr. Mbelezuka. And I don't know whether should I say good evening, Prof. But my simple question, Prof.
That side. It's good day that side.
Good day that side, Prof. Good day. Good day, Prof. Yeah. I hope you would speak a bit about Mandela youthful days. Mandela that was able to inspire many young people these days.
Are you done?
Are you done?
I think struggling there. Yeah, I think let's just admit that we are really struggling.
Yeah, I think let's just
get somebody to try and use.
I don't know if you can get somebody to try and use Dr. Fikeni's suggestion that we try and type. Is there a connection when you type any message? Is there a response from the Prof?
Okay.
You know,
otherwise we
are battling with that connection. Mandela in his Tatu Mandela. Sorry. He inspired many South Africans or many youth in Africa. So I hope that, or I thought you would speak about this youthful Tatu Nelson Mandela that inspired a lot of young people under the very difficult conditions of apartheid, conditions of brutality, so that we are able to inspire this culture correctly. As part of a solid foundation for this South African dream.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I think if I can just quickly summarize it, we're talking about the experience, the relationship between the experience of Nelson Mandela in his youthful days and how the youth of today can be able to benefit and relate to that.
Next question.
Let's move to the next question.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is
My name is
I have a question for
Augusto File. I have a question for Ambassador Rakwana. My question is, I'm like to keep it short. My question is, as a country that spends a lot of time talking about the past and less about the future, is it not inevitable to repeat the same mistakes made in the past? Thank you.
Ambassador, did you get that one?
Ambassador.
Mr. File, and also my question is addressed to His Excellency Ambassador Rakwana. His Excellency, you touched on the statement Udada made that the West cannot choose our friends.
We as South Africa know who
or
are
allies. We as South Africa know who are those who are with us on the path leading to our freedom. I'm raising this because it touched on a topical issue of our international relations. I'm afraid and understand why as a country we took the stand that we took and challenged Israel on its atrocities against Palestine. Would you be so kind, His Excellency,
especially our youth, as to
and
what
with
motivated us to take
especially
the
our
position
youth,
of the stand
as to what motivated us to take the position
also
of the stand
noting the
that we
termination
took.
of our diplomatic
Also
relations
noting
with Israel.
the termination of our diplomatic
Did you get that one?
relations with Israel.
Ambassador?
Thank you.
What
Did you get,
motivated
Ambassador? What
current
motivated
stand
us to take the
with
current
state of Israel?
stand with the
Any other question?
state of Israel? Is there any other question? Or there's a fourth one?
Okay.
The fifth one? Okay.
I think after this we are going to take two questions and then we'll.
I think after this we are going to take two questions and then we'll be done.
Program Director. Thank you, Program Director. My question is for Prof. Matu in the United States, hopefully still available. Prof touched on unity outside of the space of politics in this modern time. In a South African world that has forgotten that we're supposed to be led by kings and queens or the hierarchy of chiefs. How do we unite in a modern space that is built in terms of politics? Because politics is probably what unites us nowadays.
Thank you very much. I think I understand your question.
Thank you very much. I think I understand your question.
I think if you can have somebody typing.
I think if you can have somebody typing these questions and sending them through to Prof via that platform that you are using. Yes.
Oh, thank you. All protocol
Oh,
observed.
thank you. All protocol observed.
Yes, I'm not sure if you never have
Yes,
to
I'm
say
not
so
sure if you never have to say
I'm
so
not a
because
keynote
the
speaker, so I don't have to say so.
person not a keynote speaker, so I don't have to say so.
My question is directed.
My question is directed to Mr. Rakwena. Rakwena, yes.
Ambassador Rakwena.
Ambassador Rakwena, not His Excellency.
He has earned that title.
Ambassador Rakwena.
Thank you very much. Can you please get to the
Thank you very much, Program Director. My interest is on the geopolitical environment, the prevailing geopolitical environment, the relations, the tilting of balance of forces between the West and the East. I noted that Ambassador Rakwena is very impressed, I got a sense, about how we relate to South Africa, how we relate with countries like Russia, yeah, the East and the Palestine and so on. What do you, Ambassador, how do you foresee
this question? You know we still have got
the future? You know we still have got AGOA and many other institutions that tie us with the West. Given the fact that we are more inclined, we are shifting towards the East, where we belong, and the Eastern Bloc is gaining some momentum.
Do you foresee
us
in the
near future,
as things heat up,
that we would ultimately
abandon
the West or AGOA and all other relations with the West? What do you foresee? We will be able to play along with the West and play along with the East. Is it in our own interest?
I think you've captured the question right there.
Thank you.
Your last input.
I can hear you now.
Yes,
So I want. Can you hear me?
I think Prof. Manu can hear us now.
I think Prof. Manu can hear us now.
Yes. Can you repeat the questions that were asked?
Give you a chance to repeat.
I'll give you a chance to repeat.
Thanks, Ambassador.
Thanks, Ambassador.
Previous speakers. Now, the professor in America compared.
I can't hear now again. I can't hear now again. I can't hear. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry.
Can you ask, Prof?
Can you ask, Prof?
No, it's breaking. It's breaking. No. I can hear you, but I can't hear the speaker.
Okay. Can you try to fix it at the back there so that we can hear what the ambassador has to say?
So thank you, Master of Ceremonies, and all the other previous speakers. Now,
The professor in America,
the professor in America, the professor in America,
the founding fathers of America.
founding fathers of America.
I would,
I would
be of the view
be
that
of
probably Mr. Mandela
the view that probably Mr. Mandela was
better than the founding fathers in
better than the
regards.
founding fathers.
Because you find that, say, when the American
Because you find that, say, when
did not
the American
recognize
Constitution
the rights of many of its citizens, say women,
many of its
on one hand,
citizens, say women,
Native Americans, or the black
or the
people, for
Native
that matter,
Americans, or the black people,
amongst other things. And then it was a constitution
amongst other
that
things.
really
And then it was a
for
constitution that really
white
was
propertied males.
white
In the main,
propertied
it's
males.
it's a very good
I mean,
constitution.
it's
but
a it's a very
it
good
had
constitution,
also
but
weaknesses.
that also weaknesses.
Now, on the other hand,
Now, on the other hand, you find that
Gandhi,
Gandhi,
Gandhi also had his own issues.
But Gandhi also had his own issues.
Mr. Mandela,
But
I mean,
Mr. Mandela,
very difficult
I mean,
situation, where
situation
you find racism,
where you
apartheid,
find
and all that.
racism,
He
apartheid,
decides to
that he decides to reconcile.
He decides in a
very strange manner.
He
and his colleagues
in the
the
anti-apartheid,
anti-apartheid
or
they
reconcile with the oppressors.
The oppressors.
Constitution that South Africa
And then the Constitution of South Africa
comes up
under
with Mr. Mandela's leadership.
leadership.
It's a very all-embracing constitution.
The very
Whites are given
all-embracing
their rights,
constitution.
women
The
are
whites
recognized.
their right,
I know
women are
so
recognized.
that's
Everybody.
my take about the view
That's
that
my take
against
about
that
the view
background,
that
important as George
against the
Washington may be,
background, important as George
I
Washington
think
may
Mr. Mandela is qualitatively
think
at a
Mr.
higher
Mandela is qualitatively
pedestal.
at a higher pedestal. Thank you very much.
I think we're
we're done now.
Because I
Sure.
don't think we are able
Because I don't
to
think
hear
we are able to
from the technical team at the back.
hear
Is he able to hear?
At the back is he
He can't hear.
is able to
Okay, let's move
can't
forward.
hear.
All right.
Okay, let's move forward.
Give
Right.
Ambassador Rakwena
Let's
to respond to
give
some of those
Ambassador
questions. I think he had more questions.
I think he had more questions than that.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I was hoping that the professor would hear us. Then he would have shielded me from the heat. But going back to the first question, and the inquiry is whether spending time with the past. Dr. Ficken would probably
Time with the
help me
past.
out.
Dr. Ficken
But I
would
think
probably
it
help
is,
out. But I think it is
Anelka Cabral who speaks to the relevance of history.
to the relevance of history
Our
in
understanding
defining
of is not educating
history,
scars
but
of
the
history
scars
that it
his-
has produced into
that
your
has
makeup.
produced into your makeup.
There runs
There
a real
runs a real
possibility and risk
possibility and risk
that you could falter
that you
back
could
into
falter
the abyss of the past.
back into the abyss of
And
the
I think
past.
we have to avoid
And I
that
think we
this
have
is
to avoid that
the-
the-
in emotional terms, this country has bled way too
in
much
emotional
for
terms,
us
this
to
country
risk the
is bled too
ignorance
much
about
for us to
where we
risk
come from.
the ignorance about where
I think history
I
becomes
think history
important
becomes
as a link
important as
to
a link
understanding,
to understanding today's
and therefore
ills,
provide
and
a
therefore
blueprint
provide a blueprint
of the future.
of,
Because if you
of
don't
the
do
future.
that,
Because if you don't do that,
you are
you are
going to run experiments.
going to run experiments.
Thoughts
Thoughts
something else.
are something else.
Check yourself.
Check
sometimes.
yourself sometime.
You are excited by a thought, and in your head, it's a new thought that the world has never had before. That's how we kind of function, and we get too excited and want to experiment on those particular thoughts. But actually, when you think you are having an intellectual, I would have used some other, when you think you are having an intellectual spark, sometimes you need to recede into researching what depth is that intellectual spark by cross-referencing it with history. You will find that your thought is replete with experiences that have already defined that which you thought is absolutely new, because very few things actually are new when you think about it. But understanding the historicity of what we are at the moment gives us the capacity, and I sound like I'm repeating, gives us the capacity to then be able to order a better future. That's my take, and for us as NALISA, this is very, very important. Think about it. If we did not know what the liberation struggle was made up of, in terms of the writings, in terms of the materials that have been produced, in terms of thought processes and the evolution that got us to where we are, therein lies a risk that we would repeat some of the things at our own expense. So NALISA, curiously, thinks that the archiving of material is of critical importance. Its preservation is even more important, and that's why we're not only talking about archiving that material, but digitizing it in such a way that it can assume its own posterity and be, be kept forever. Let me move on to the second question, which was what motivates the stand that the South Africa has taken in respect of Israel. The conflict of Israel goes back a long way. The Ottoman Empire and the disaggregation of the land that was usurped largely by Israel, constituting a state that saw particularly Gaza and other areas thereabout being left wanting in terms of being able to become a formidable state. The international community got itself interested in this particular issue as one of the issues that it must solve. The United Nations has got what you call the Security Council that provides for peace and security. Now, part of that instrument is to be able to find a world in which there can be better existence and procurement of peace and security in a sustainable way. It engages itself in issues such as Somalia, in issues wherever there are conflicts. And therefore, Palestine has represented what others may call a perennial conflict that has gone on, but intensified, I think, in the 1947? Yeah? When, it's 1948, when Israel went out of its way to, for all intents and purposes, annex land of the Palestinians illegally. And you needed to rectify that situation. Subsequent to that annexation, the world continued to try and find a solution. And I don't want to spend the whole evening giving this historical account, so I'm going to touch here and there. But one of the important beacons of trying to reflect the the Israel-Palestine situation was the Oslo Accord, which finally resulted in there being an agreement, at least at the United Nations level, that there will be a two-state solution that will make it possible for coexistence between the two nations. Israel has reneged on those agreements from time to time, in spite of the fact that at some stage it looked like we are getting closer to that being a real solution. South Africa's commitment and indulgence, therefore, is based on the fact that it is important for the United Nations to exercise its power in moving and resolving that particular conflict. South Africa is a member of the Rome Statutes, and is a member of the International Court of Justice and has acceded to the Rome Statutes. And as a result thereof, the obligation to not sit quietly and find avenues with which you can be able to address the situation as it was deteriorating. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot myself. You asked an international relations question. So yeah. But for all intents and purposes, that commitment is inspired by our multilateral participation and the obligation to finding peace and security throughout the world, not just Palestine and Israel. But the second thing that inspired it, it's the imperative of our foreign policy, which is the essence of human rights, respect for human rights for everybody around the world. So that is important. The other two I'm going to do injustice to. Dr. Fikeni, you said you were going to remind me what the other two was. What are them? I think, what is the future prognosis of what may come? His Excellency kept on asking me as to whether I am a prophet. But I think what he meant was that it's very difficult to have a, what do they call it? A crystal eyeball. Is that what they call it? And look into that and be able to predict exactly as to what is going to happen. But I think what certainly we can be able to do is to find a way in which multilateral institutions are unlocked in such a way that you do not have the pervasive power that the United States of America has traditionally had. And lastly, as to what the tilt of the scales of geopolitical power is going to be, I think that's a whole night session debate. Yeah? But as it is at the moment, what is clearly informed is that if you go back to the times of, for South Africa, if you go back to the times of Ndate Thabo Mbeki, you'd remember a concept called countries of the South. That it was very important to be able to find out how it is that we can benefit each other by alignment as countries of the South. Now, that in itself does not necessarily negate the continued relations that you will have with the rest of other countries. But to pretend that the rest of other countries, particularly the West, are the primordial countries with which we must inspire our relations, whether it is with security issues, whether it is with trade issues, whether it is with new global instruments that must be able to author the world on science and technology and others. It is not true. We must allow countries of the South to do a realignment so that you are able to progress and not be at the mercy and at the mercy of the global West. In conclusion, just to say that if, some of you are probably students of economics and international trade, you will know that America produces so little. America has got such little power in terms of resources. But because it has put itself at the center of global trade by dollarization of the world, you almost can't move anywhere. When Kenya and South Africa are trading, why should the dollar be the denomination point at which they are able to trade? So the South is beginning to explore alternatives as to, it doesn't mean that it will happen today or tomorrow, but you must explore alternatives that must unlock this pervasiveness of power that the United States of America and its allies continue to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time, and I'm sure that we have to get to the next speaker now. Unfortunately, is going to be Uma Mombete, Because of the time, unfortunately, we have got students here. Probably they are a bit, impatient and hungry. However, I can see from their faces that they are really eager to listen to the next speakers. The next speakers will be Mamubaleka Mbete and Dr. Fikeni. And Mamubaleka, the former Deputy President of South Africa and Chairperson of NALISA. Thank you very much.
Molweni. I won't speak long. Into ezininzi sizawuzithetha ngomso in order to allow people siyotya ngoba nam ndineswekile. Actually, what I've decided is to just touch on a few issues that were triggered in the last session than even focus on notes that I made this afternoon on arrival at a hotel. I've abandoned it. I want to say that there are areas on which I agree with a lot of what Prof. Mangu said, but there are also areas of disagreement. But I won't get into detail of that. An important issue he raises is connected to a point Ambassador also touched on about political parties. Political parties are overrated as a solution in our politics. Dicho. And I am a member of the African National Congress now, Fandi, Black, Green and Gold. But I say this point, family and dawicho ntendiyongena engcwabeni. Political parties as a solution in politics are overrated. Because my experience practically as a practitioner in the midst of politics is that too often individuals get lost in the politics, in the politicking. They lose the focus on the ball. What is the ball? The ball are the problems of our people. That is the ball. But there comes a moment when you are totally lost and you are confused between the ball and the party. That was the moment that faced a speaker at a particular moment, if you remember the politics of the past decade, where there was a party position, but there was a space for a particular functionary of an institution to take a position and lead. And when that happened, there was a problem. Okay, so that's political party issues. I think it's a matter we need a lot more time to peruse, to discuss, and to examine, and to scrutinize the what, the how, the what must we do. I must say, Prof. Fikeni, the work that you people did, academics, research institutes, in preparation for a 2-day summit that was convened by the number 2 in the country, put before us as South African leaders, and I was very happy because I was invited and I observed for 2 days a gathering of South Africans from many sectors, and politicians were one among many sectors, because too often we are overwhelmed by an assumption that politics is the main prism through which we must see what is to be done. And yet, politicians have a role, they have a place, but they are not the main and the only that can give to us as South Africans guidance to move forward. Once you get lost in that belief that we in politics must give the only leadership there is to be given, then you are lost. I listened for 2 days to a lot of sense being put before us by people who had done research, including of examples of other societies, other countries. And they even had speakers to come and address us. And most political parties were there. We thought, wow, what sense they make. We've been watching coalitions collapsing all over the place. But in that 2-day exercise, we learned how actually coalitions have become a solution to many societies, because what they do is to agree a framework that will guide how you do things, the do's and don'ts. So you don't just fumble in the forest and collapse and waste resources where there is such a shortage of resources. There's a lot of wastage in our country, I think. We waste time, we waste money, we never mind stealing money, because there's a lot of looting all the time, as of course, as Zondo Commission has showed us. But what I'm saying is some of it can be averted by having rules that guide us. What to do, what not to do. When you are guided by that, you don't have this motion of no confidence every other day. That's where you waste the money. You have your motions maybe once in 12 months, then it makes sense. Because it's money that you waste each time you have to have a sitting. So unnecessarily you go over and over and over this thing. And something is a game. Those who fought and died in the struggle, and the sacrifices that were made by your data, watch and can't believe when they watch what's happening in our legislatures, whether it be at a local or provincial or national parliament. So I'll leave that there to say there are solutions to many of the issues where we get stuck or we are stuck, unnecessarily so. If only we agreed rules and be disciplined about how we do or don't do things, so that, in fact, we can also save the public service, the civil servants, who are not supposed to be captured in politics, end up also just there in that they get used by politicians. They get used by politicians. We need to save them. It's one of the rules that I liked that they presented to us as examples of many other societies that did come together at a certain point and agreed, we will stop the nonsense, we will agree legal frameworks that will guide how we do things or how we don't do certain things. It's possible we can do it even here in South Africa. You don't need to just reject coalitions willy-nilly because you see what has been wrong, which has been happening. Those were the wrong examples. I think it is possible to give it a chance, and many political parties that were there, that participated in the two-day summit on the possibility of a framework for governance of coalitions, were agreeing on that. Never mind that from there they then went and started announcing other things which are born out of anxiety and really issues that have to do with isiqu, not the people. Because many times in politics, we are driven by iziqu, izisu zeziqu, not ezabantu. That's what usually actually fuels what happens. Today, I'm happy Ambassador introduced Nalisa the way he did. Tomorrow, before we part, we will circulate a list that will show the memoranda of agreement or of association with various entities within South Africa that deal with the issue of the preservation of the record of the struggle for liberation of South Africa. Because the struggle did not belong to individual leaders. The struggle did not belong to individual political parties. The struggle was the struggle to free the people of South Africa. So, keeping that record meticulously so is in the interest of the integrity of that story. It is about the integrity of preserving the courage to inspire future generations. I sometimes worry when I listen to young people referring to history as, oh, it's irrelevant, it's those things of the past. Go around the world and see how different societies preserve their history. They preserve and honor at local community levels. They preserve their graveyards because in those graves are the stories of the past, are the stories of even those men and women who were not educated, who never went to school, but lived courageous and exemplary lives that, in fact, deserve to be captured in the community, in the village. The village must know about umamu banban, umakhulu banban, owenza ukuthi nokuthi nokuthi. Because those are the stories that keep and inspire future generations to take us forward as a people. Not for us to wait to be told by others. for us to know that, in fact, we come from great ancestors. Our ancestors who were not educated, but when foreigners arrived in this land, said, no, but who are these now? And they fought with great courage to preserve their dignity. So when you have an attitude of, oh, that history is old things. I listened to a radio program the other day. They were talking about language. And some callers were phoning in and saying, the Pan-South African Language Board is talking about the need, because the Constitution says in each province, it's possible for the province to decide what languages the state must put resources to develop, which is spoken in that particular province, in those communities. That's about dignity. That's about the majority of what is spoken by our people. That's about their right to express themselves. But no, a few of these English Model C sounding South African young people and, of course, intellectuals phone in and they say, we're all agreed on English. And I thought, no, I'm not one of those that are agreed on English. I speak English because it has been enforced on us. And I must tell you, as we move around the continent, one of the most depressing things I observed as I served in the Africa peer review mechanism was how Africans can fight almost to kill each other over Francophone Africa, Anglophone Africa, Lusophone, colonial languages. You even don't realize how much your own home languages in your communities have in common. You've been told that you've got too many languages. I think there's a lot of rethink we have to do. There's a lot of self-discovery. There's a lot of self-hatred also. We hate who we are. So English is better. Why? What makes English better than an African language? But it's understood is because iselapha le ngxaki. When your child speaks English, uyachazeka. And unfortunately, we speak English to our children, even in our homes. I didn't do it when we were in exile because I insisted, because everybody else is going to speak Swahili to them and English, and I must speak at least a South African language. And therefore, I kept it alive in them. So I'm saying there's a lot that still needs to heal in us. And coming together like this to speak about Madiba, to speak about the values of his generation of people and the things that he did to show us the way to go. We remember, we learn lessons, and we must never ever think that foreign things that were brought by others are better than our own just because zvela ngaphesheya. Before I sit down, I want to just tell one story about a visit to another land with Tata. My first trip to China was as part of a delegation led by Madiba. And J.C. Duarte and I were the only two women in that delegation. It was a big delegation, about 10 of us. Dr. Mutlana was there, Titi Nkobi was there, Gebuza was part of the delegation, and Paulo Jordan, and so on. It was a fascinating exposure to China. And then we get to this hotel in Shanghai. We started in another province. We started in Beijing, then went to another province, and then we went to Shanghai. One day, I get to the lift to go to dinner, and Tata emerges from his room, and very excitedly, he tells me how he walked out. He escaped the security. And I was listening and wondering, wow. He says, I walked downstairs, and on the second floor, there's this whole shopping floor, very broad, but different shops. And he says he came back from doing shopping for his family, and then he actually got into the lift and went down to the ground and went into the streets. And that's when the Chinese security just encircled him. But what I noted was the excitement of the freedom he experienced. Just the fact that for some 30 minutes or something, he managed to escape his security because the bodyguard had fallen asleep. They were taking a nap. And so he tiptoed out and went to the second floor and did all of that. But I realized that here is a human being who is nothing but just an ordinary human being who also needs to feel the freedom now and again. And so I always remember some of those kinds of moments of Tata as an ordinary human being. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mamumbet. I'd like us to move quickly to the next speaker. I just wanted to mention 3 things about you, Prof. Fiket. That you are just been appointed to be part of the South African Public Service Commission, and you report directly to the President about the effectiveness of the public service. I think those are very important. And I think a lot of people know you because you also become a political analyst on TV and radio. So at least those 2 are very important. Thank you very much, Bro.
Thank you, Program Director. To my esteemed fellow panelists, to Ujola, Professor Mango, if you're still connected online, the leadership of the Raymond Mhlaba Municipality, the leadership of the Nelson Mandela Museum, and more importantly, my colleague, my fellow commissioner, uKhamela Anele Qoya, former parliamentarian, former trade unionist, but now we're in this work with him. I just want to start by saying, after so much has been said, what more can one say? So I've come here to say I have nothing to say, but I'll take my time to say so. So the first one, I can't resist complimenting Umama Ubaleka Mbete, Ambassador Rakwena, because the Nalisa story is the story I know very well. When Mama Balega Mbete said at the time I was at UNISA, I want us to meet, but we are coming to you. I said, no, 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 it should be the other way around. Tell me where to meet. She said, no, no, we're coming. At the time, Upilima Settler was still alive, Ulanga, and we talked about what this thing, what shape, what form, argued for hours. And she then invited me to her house to continue. I thought it's one of those things when people have a brainwave and they forget after you have wasted so much time of your energy. I'm happy to see it reach the point it is now reaching. And secondly, I want to thank Nelson Mandela Museum for the invitation. It's an honor. It's a privilege. And more importantly, the step you've taken not to confine such a rich legacy of Mandela to a city, because the building is in Umtata. Because Mandela's footprint is all over the world. Xolela took 3 of my profound points into Ongazamebesemgubeni. I don't know whether it's telepathy because we had not spoken about this. Nomama Balega took 1 of my points, ebendizawuzicho. So ndizawusala ke ngoku ndigweda. I was reflecting on the release of Madiba at the time I was in Canada. I remember very well. And it was on a Sunday. The world stood still. You change 70 channels, it's the same thing. 34 years later, the same day fell on a Sunday. So it was the first time in a long while since Ndilega that the same Sunday came back. Before I just make a few points, I decided to abandon the many things that I was going to say just to highlight a few things. As a preface to that, Martin Luther King Jr. says something simple and yet profound when he says the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. So whatever reflections, whatever denigrations of a figure historically happens, there is the moral logic of the universe to finally correct it. It is for that reason that Xolela was mentioning a number of figures who had been ejected by historical revisionists only to be revived yet again. History is cyclical. People get forgotten, they are denied, they are called sellouts, until you realize that these people are not perfect, but there is nothing better than them. It's just like democracy. You say this thing, it's a nuisance. It's a nuisance, except that nothing yet invented is better than it. It's just like a family. You say this thing is oppressive, it's a nuisance, but no one has designed anything better than it yet. So with time, as we settle down, we'll realize that Madiba was a colossus that transcended the 20th century, the 21st century, and now he has gone to join the ages when we reflect on who have been in human history some of the most significant figures. There is something in the book, The Lessons of History, written by Will and Ariel Durant, where they say, the present is the past rolled up for action. The past is the present unrolled for understanding. Now, I just want to say a few things. Fidel Castro reflects on Nelson Mandela this following manner. Fidel Castro, when you talk of revolutionaries, sits at the apex. He's the benchmark. He says, I identify him as one of the most extraordinary symbols of this era. If you get such a commendation from Fidel Castro, you can imagine the mere mortals who start doubting the credentials of Mandela, but they want to praise Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro who holds Mandela up in the pedestal. But of course, we know that during the time of great difficulties, uncertainties, and contestations, the first victim is facts and complexity. We tend to hide behind simplifying things which are complex. What makes Madiba more extraordinary is the fact that he always reminded us that he's only human. And the more he reminded us of that fact, the more extraordinary he became. Because it meant this global recognition didn't go up to his head and intoxicate him. But now, let me speak to the contradictions of a rainbow nation. The first one is the misuse and the instrumental use of the term rainbow nation as the first contradiction. If my English goes down, it's because they have changed my power. Madiba had a certain conception of what Rainbow Nation would be, a transformed, reconciled nation that had dealt honestly with its past as it forged the way forward. But today, the very people who are opposed to transformation are the ones who love the name rainbow so much because they read it as, don't touch me. Look, but don't touch my wealth. I don't want to make any trade-offs. Leave me alone. The Leave Me Alone Brigade is the one that pretend to love the concept because they have misappropriated the concept, zombified it, and then unleashed it back to the society. They are so committed to this misunderstanding when they know for a fact that anything they say is not what Madiba was saying. It's the same as Ubuntu. In the interim constitution, Ubuntu appears in the preamble, but some people opposed it and said it's specific to African cultures. Let's remove Ubuntu Butu. But the same people who opposed it during the Truth and Reconciliation and in their court cases, they said, can't you have Ubuntu? Which is meaning certain terms are robbed of their meaning. and they are blunted, and they are brought back in a zombified fashion. The country we have, the biggest challenge we have today, we are a society that is in disagreement about the history that happened, about the present that we have, and about the future that we should have. It is for that reason that South Africa is one of the noisiest, argumentative, temperamental, and headline-obsessed democracies, which produce more heat than light. Hence, we can't sustain discourse on many things over 2 weeks. We move on to the next thing. And yet, if you want to be a developmental state, you cannot, Your Excellencies, keep changing your thinking. If you stop in Ethiopia, you stop in Singapore, you stop elsewhere, you buy their newspapers, the media is talking developmental issues. 90% of the time, they are talking about their history, their heritage, their long term. But you come here home, this week, ngumamboy, next week, gossip. That week is something else. We can't move forward with that kind of a cluttered thinking. The other contradiction of a rainbow nation is that we seem, Mahadebe, to have succeeded in putting the institutions of democracy in place. Best constitution. Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 13 institutions. Parliament is there, election is regular, everything else in terms of the architecture of democracy. But in terms of the socio-economic transformation, we started well with RDP, but we stopped. Hence, our indicators are now going the opposite direction. We've earned an ignoble title of being the most unequal society in the world. And ironically, under a liberation movement which is having some Marxist orientation in some forms, or Ubuntu or egalitarian principles. How does that happen? It can happen when you have had an elite transition, where the elite, instead of transforming the system, they are transformed by the system. They are accommodated. Hence, now you have this 1 or 2% rich people. And the danger comes when a political figure thinks that they can be rich through politics instead of business. Because politics doesn't have to have the money that business people have. When you talk of some of the banks, they say the shareholder they get and the salary is 200 million. How do you get such a 200 million? Maybe the danger for us is we try to emulate the white business elite and try to be like them instead of transforming the society. It is for that reason that our problem today is crass materialism. Landu chairperson Ebe City, Nsikana had predicted iqhosha elingenantunja. Because people think that a big car, a big house, defines them. But that can only happen for people who are empty inside and they want to compensate by external exhibition of crass materialism. When you have nothing to offer, you start looking at what watch you are wearing, what car you are driving, what clothes you are wearing, and you sit around, you remind people that, no, this one was purchased elsewhere. It is for that reason that now our new religion is wealth. Our new religion is fashion and designs. It is for that reason that some people get depressed when they are not praised in their social media platforms or their followership has just dropped. They go for psychologists to counsel them, to say something has gone wrong. Because we've become empty in our heads. We've become empty in our soul. And we're searching for everything material to compensate for that. Ubuntu has been taken surgically out of our system. Hence, even political parties live for the next election rather than the next generation. And when some leave, they will leave a vacancy, but they'll leave no legacy. Maikuba, I tandilende. So just to make few points and finish. An irony happened. Some of the people who call themselves radicals during the state capture, they say, no, we took this company to transform it. Normally, they transformed it by unleashing friends to take it. So those companies started collapsing, like your state-owned companies. They said, we wanted to liberate it from white monopoly capital. So when it collapses, white monopoly capital becomes the net winner. When SAA collapses, FlySafair flourishes. SAA Link flourishes. When ESCOM collapses, private sector flourishes. Ironically, by the people who said we wanted to transform, they are the ones who accelerated the white monopoly capital gaining more muscle, so to speak. Those are the paradoxes of the Rainbow Nation, as we have witnessed more recently. It's because the concept of radicalism itself has been misappropriated, because it's an appealing label. Even the construction mafia, they say it's radical, we've come to transform, except that we have no plan to bring into this business. If you give us a percentage, that's transformation. Where on earth have you seen such transformation? But let me finish before I disturb your peace. The one thing I want to say, because we can't just end on the notion of despair. We are not where we were in 1994. We are not where we were in 1990 during that season of hope. But surely we are not where we intended to be. So the national question is, what was the reason for the journey? Since we lost the network in the many years that have passed, the GPS has been buffering. There's been no network. We've even forgotten where we were going. We've parked on the roadside. We started getting familiar with the shopping malls around. to a point of forgetfulness, forgetting where we were intended to be. So we are here in the struggle of forgetfulness against memory. It is that desperate struggle. Hence, people are recreating, revising history because they know we do not interest ourselves on facts. Now, what is to be done? Of course, before I say that, I can't resist saying this one of the schizophrenic personality of a South African in trying to remember Madiba. Madiba is not an a la carte menu where you say, I will choose the one who was radical and forget the one who brought rainbow, nation, and reconciliation. He's a combo, you take everything. But the problem with South Africa, there are those who say, I like the one who was in Rivonia, who led MK, but I don't like the other one. Then others say, we like the other one, but we don't want to remember that he was once radical. As if you are in a restaurant where you choose 1 or 3 or 7. It's the sum total history. Nguye unjalo, mthathene njalo. Live with him as such through the evolution of his philosophy, his politics, his thought processes. But Singati, he started political consciousness in Lovedale or in, at Forte. He, in his own words, says, when I listened to traditional leaders, Mqhekezweni, when they were talking about wars of resistance, when I listened to the traditional leaders talking about uStokwe Kandlela, uGoba Mqadi uyasindwa insika, he says, I got inspired. When Mqhayi came to invoke that history, the reason we are where we are, it's because we've decided to disjoin history and remember portions of history that are convenient to our narrative. One of the challenges of a rainbow nation, this democracy is in this deep trouble because we misread the Constitution. We talk of rights, but we never talk of responsibilities. We talk of entitlements, but we never talk of the contribution to the same democracy. We talk of the state providing A, B, C, D, E. Sometimes political figures do that thing for devious reasons to say, if I give you this food parcel, you'll always remember me. And yet, through liberation ought to have been self-reliance. We will help you to flourish. You never get your dignity when someone comes and build a stand for you, fence your yard, create everything for you, bring electricity, feed your child, do everything else. They get dignity when you give them an opportunity to start that business, to start that thing and say, I created this. What is to be done? The first one, we can talk about all these things. They will all fail if we don't notice what damage the collapse of an African family has done. An African family was that institution of all departments. It was a psychology department. It was a social security department. It was an economic security department. It was a counseling department. It was a conflict resolution department. It was a theological department. It was the space where you suck values and norms. When it collapses, it was the place where Tatom Ngani would look after the children of Tatom Dala when Tatom Dala has died. It was not SASA that would look after those children because SASA does not have amasiko. When that collapsed, look at the Indian families, they are still intact. White families in their nuclear form, they are intact. Jewish families, they are intact. Greek families, they are intact. Look at how they are performing. But black African and colored families have collapsed. Hence an uncle rapes a niece. You can send 1 million police. If the family has collapsed, you won't go too far. Family builds a community. Community builds a society. The second one. Each time in history, the point that Mahadebe raised, I was looking back. When there was this threat of the Union of South Africa, that land was going to be taken away from Africans. They had tried everything in the wars of resistance. Pambata had laid down the arms, some had been hanged. People from all walks of life gathered in Mangaung, Bloemfontein, 1912, and said, let's craft a new strategy. Priests were there, chiefs were there, teachers were there, politicians were there, and so forth. They came up with this African Native Congress. When people mobilize maximally and dilute the influence of politicians, better things come out. But when politicians are locked alone in a room, mischief explodes. In the 50s, when the struggle seemed to be going nowhere, mass defiance campaigns had to come at the instigation of the Youth League. That's when everybody was called in to Kliptown. It was the intellectuals, the scholars, the chiefs, the priests, everybody. We came up with what is the Freedom Charter. Of course, not to say that everybody agreed with it, but I'm saying when society is mobilized maximally, something that lasts for generations comes up. In the 70s, when it looked like there was a vacuum in the liberation within the country, black consciousness went to the communities. They started community projects which have retained themselves up to this day. They worked on how do we have self-reliance, again mobilizing society across. And in the 80s, at that time some of us are already there active. The maximum mobilization, sports bodies, everything. South Africa had never seen such mobilization on such scale, from church to sports ground to any NGO, even people who were cultural groups everywhere else mobilizing to bring down apartheid, together with political leaders. But when political leaders are left alone, their infantile disorder comes up, unrestrained. When they were almost good, they become lethal because they can talk themselves out of any situation. But why is that? The paradox of the Rainbow Nation, we demobilized people politically, civil society, NGOs in the 90s and said we trust that politicians will do the work. Sabashia bodwa enyangweni ngoku siyabuya sizowuvula inyango. Akuphelanga ukudla nje kodwa kudleke nengcango. Bayigrenyile. So ke ngoku society must come back and reclaim the society itself. Politics is not a career, it's a calling. Once it becomes a career, dangers come. Luthuli was part of the community. He was organically part of the society. Tambo, Mandela were part of the society. Hence, they did not need a petition to know where a pothole is. They knew because they passed through that pothole. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the two speakers that have given us ulwabi vule lentetho. Andiko shoba I comments ne questions zingaphinda zincedise ngoku. Sifikile ngoku ekuvuthweni kwendaba. Sizawuthi ka siqhubekeka ke ngoku apha sinike imember ye board. Uba ukholihlahla.
Nelson Mandela, Mandela, Wayola iswani, ayoli tswana liwena. All right. Bensenzela ke kuba ke noko kuke kushukunyu kancinci. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, let me first thank today's MC. Mhlekazi, you were fantastic. You were fantastic. Uyabulelwa ba. Kucace kwangoko ke kumi into ba umbulelo wanamhlanje uzofana not one ambassador. Umbulelo wanamhlanje uzofana neminye imibulelo endiqhela ukuyenza pha ezilalini. Xa ndibulela kwizingcwabe ezithile. Noko namhlanje umgangatho uphezulu. Bethuna sele nibulisiwe anduzuwenza mde. The way MC has introduced the ambassador today reminds me of a priest owayenomfowabo wayesandukupasela izifundo zobufundisi. Owathi ngomhlomkhulu owayezawuthandaza apho kwakusweleke khona abantu abasithandathu. Wafika lo mfo wazomazisa umfowabo. Wathetha lo mfo wathi nizalibona izulu namhlanje. Uzawuthi xa ithandaza lo mfana kuqhaqhaza imibane nimbone uYesu ngokunokwenu. Wabe umfowabo engakaqala ukuthandaza. When I saw this today, the MC introducing the ambassador, I had the same feeling that is shaking the ambassador in all possible ways. I had a sympathy to the ambassador. I am sure with this that has been said here today, we'll find an academic utterance for which students are here to take it forward to their honors degree, to their postgraduate master's degree, and their PhD. You could see that Professors Manu and Figin have a lot to say, and of course they cannot research everything with themselves. They seem available. Pumani madoda niyolwa kusafuneka sifundile. As we come to the close of this memorable occasion about the 11th of February 1990, I'm filled with both gratitude and inspiration. Mandela's life as a beacon of hope, resilience, and unwavering commitment to justice and equality remains with us. Ekupheleni kwentetho yenu nonke izithethe zanamhlanje nisenze safikelela kumadiba noxa nje beselikhwahla nje. Ngoku sishiyeke nomsebenzi onzima ukuba how do we all make Mandelas in each of our lives. How your speech were refined and crafted has made Mandela youthful and alive once again. Indeed, the journey of the icon must never be lost. Audience, imibuzo yenu and your undivided attention is share when we develop our next APP. Lento ke bayibiza ngokuba annual performance plan. Namhlanje, as we reflect on his extraordinary journey, let us not only celebrate his achievements, but also commit ourselves to the principles he stood for. Let us strive to emulate his compassion, his forgiveness, and his unwavering belief in the power of reconciliation. Nina bahleli phansi, indeed, you have been an excellent audience. Asuzunqaba kulo mhlaba ka Raymond Mhlaba insika. Professor Figeni, you should consider clergy as your next move bow. Your emphasis in unity, strengthening Rainbow Nation, national building, Londo indenze ndacinga ngokugqithisileyo ke-2020, ke-2013 Dlulamiti scenarios, a story I'm sure you are familiar with. Your voice marks an important transfiguration in the society that we all live in. uMandela wake wathi ke, it is always seem impossible until it's done. Akwaba lamazwi akhe will resonate with us as we tackle the challenges of our time, knowing that with his determination and unity, we can overcome any obstacles that face today's scenarios. Mama umbethe ubuhamba phambi kwami ngokungenayo. Ungene ke ndilandela amadodana amabini ebesiza phambi kwami athe ngowaphi lo mntwana. I-import nale livakele ilizwe lisuka phezulu ezitepsini lisithi sisithethi sesizwe esiwena. Siyabulela mama by touching us here. It really shows that you care. Sisathetha njalo sizawuchitheka mawethu from this gathering. Let us carry with us the spirit of Nelson Mandela. Sihlale sikhumbula that each one of us has the power to make a positive difference in the world. Let us continue to honor his memory by building a future that is founded on justice, equality, and dignity for all. Ukuba ke ngempazamo lo msitho uye wachukumisa omnye umuntu kakubi weva kabuhlungu, siyaxolisa sileli bhunga laseNelson Mandela sithi nxe. Inene siwelwe ngumqa esandleni, siswele imilomo namhlanje eliwaka ukuthi enkosi kuni kuba asinagolide, asinasilivere, singanayo neoli leyembala, kodwa siyazi ukuba ningabantu abonelayo kule ngingqi. Kunjalo mawethu, let me express our gratitude kumasipala wale ndawo ngokusisingatha ngobubele obungaka. Inene siziva sisekhaya ngalo mazwi bethuna. Thank you nonke nibulelwe, and may Nelson Mandela's legacy continue to inspire us and the generations to come. Silibhunga sithi wuntshu ngobukho benu kule ndawo nangomso. Enkosi.
Siyabulela kakhulu ngalo mazwi ombulelo. The last item now is that the board is requesting that all the speakers, including the mayor as well, because she was also giving a speech here, to come forward so that they can receive some gifts from the museum. Uba bonga abantu bebelapha ngaphambili bebethethile namhlanje bayacelwa bamama bepha ngaphambili so that they can receive. Yeah. Chepezi dubula hapa na.
Molweni bethunana. Usuku seluhambile andizuthatha ixesha elide nje sithi komambaleka notata somadoda siyabulela. Nizizisele zesibinza. Namhlanje simka sihluthi ngokwasengqondweni.
Ke wonke umuntu wamkelekile to be part of that program. And I think it's going to be a very interesting program because izawufana nale yam namhlanje kodwa izabe inabantu abaninzi who have been invited. Going forward now. Do you want to make another announcement? Oh, okay. Can I just make an announcement? And then there's Chairperson has just informed me that there are other packs that are going to be gifted to those that have received the other packs. Okay. So sizaphinda sigqibezele ke le besiqalile ngoku apha ekugqibeleni. Yeah, because the city then abanye bazawutshela apha bazawuphuma bona abanye funeka balinde apha.
I-ushers sicela zithathe ezitafile bekuthiwa zizawuphuma apha, and then abanye bayashiyeka. Ukutya kwabantu kuphi kuzawuza apha, balinde apha batye ke abantu, please. Sure. What else? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mali. Yes, the program comes, so iyaqala, and we want to start very early. We would like to start very early, and the reason for that is because some of us are still traveling. Ngomso, so siyanicela ke okokuba nifike kwangexesha. Political briefing ke yona, in fact, abantu abasiphetheyo, politicians, they will let them know okoba sidibana phi for a briefing. Sicela izitafile zibe nophakama zibe nohamba, and then students zona abantu abakhuluma bashiyeke aba kuthiwa mabangaphumi. Then students ukutya kwazo kupreparishiwe nazo zawuhlala apha. All right, that's fine.